And we are live. Okay. Sorry for a slight delay. Had to deal with some updates on this machine. Yeah, again, I have moved from one PC to another. Hopefully that means here we'll have less trouble starting the game. Though, unfortunately, we might have more frequent network problems with this stream, so sorry if that lags a bit. Anyway, Blender should be finally updated, so we can start. And yeah, since that's the new version of Blender, it forgot all the locations, so I'll have to re-find all my recent files. Okay. Okay, so we were working on the trucks file. Okay, that's the Blender here, and that's the fire truck we were working, and I believe, yeah, we should also have this fire tanker truck, but we remembered that there were rear lights that we missed to separate. Here, yeah, we have separated them on the fire truck, so that is good. But now it is turn for the tanker truck. Yeah, I'm not sure what this thing is about here. You see that black triangle? Yeah, not here. Is it facing the wrong way? Nope, that's facing the right way. Okay, so maybe it is textured incorrectly. Nope, that's not the case either. So I have to conclude that either there's some botched geometry and double faces, which we can check by like selecting everything here. Yep. Nope. No, that's not the right thing. That's here, this bit. That is valid. Okay. Or it is just a Blender fluke. Well, I guess we'll see when we come to in-game tests. But before that, let's cut out those rear lights. Okay, so since they can be boxed in like with the fire truck ones, let's start with the inset tool. Oh, that's not the perfect rectangle though. Okay, well, what you gonna do about it? Inset and match the bottom border because we can easily move those edges in, but moving them out is not that easy. So as soon as it hits one of the borders, we should stop the inset. Next, get rid of this edge. This edge slides in. This one also slides in. Maybe we will fix this vertex later a bit. This one slides down. We'll have to fix this vertex in either case. But for now, let's move it so this line matches those two better. Like so. Okay. And yeah, maybe we can move this edge in a bit more. Like so. Cool. Now we need to add more vertices along those edges there so we can keep them fixed. So to do this, knife tool, slice up to here and down to here. Same deal this way. Now here. That one goes up. That one goes down. And in here, and one more slice this way. Nope. Why not though? Okay. I guess we have those some slight difference in vertex positions here. Okay. How many vertices there are, and can we slide them in together? Auto weld is on. Okay, all of those vertices now are joined up. So cut the other side. Also, yeah. Are you excited for finally getting some concrete-ish information on the build 42 release? Because I am really excited for it, especially the new farming and fishing systems. I mean, crafting is nice too, but I think what we had in terms of crafting was already great and powerful enough, just needed more content. But, well, maybe I'll change my mind when I see what they cooked up with the new crafting system. And I am kinda sad that they specifically mentioned that Trash Pandas are not going to be in the initial Build 42 unstable release. But at least that confirms that they will be later. So silver linings and all. Okay, separate individual bulbs here. Same cuts here. Down and up. Okay, so those don't look pretty. But what you gonna do about it? I'm not gonna redo them. Inset. Dissolve this edge. Slide that in. Slide that in. Slide that in. Okay, cut here. Okay. 2 cuts like this. two cuts like this one from here and to the bottom. Okay, let's make this temporary vertex as a focus for the new cuts. Get them all done, and now take this vertex and slide it all the way to the corner. Same here. One cut, two cuts, three cuts, and slide into the corner. Now sliding those corners in to match the shape. And cut out individual bulbs. Okay, those are not perfectly round either. Yeah, should be holding shift to select. Forgot it from the last time. Anyway, those two are now gone, but we need to make those holes, well, give them something at the back. Okay. Oops, nope. And this. Edge mark sharp. Extrude along y-axis. Individual origins. Scale to 0. And they're all closed up. Faces, select painting. Okay. Alt and average by face area to flatten, UV editing, and clamp them into a pixel and put it somewhere grayish. Okay, so that is the rear lights separated and the vehicle truck being done. Do I have the cab attached? No, I do not. So let's get this modifier, generate. That's not boolean, we're using array here with one count, no offsets, but a cap. And the cap is, I believe, would be this one, cab base. Yes, no, yeah, that would be a yes as soon as I fix those transforms. Okay, because scaling was set to 100, so this cab was way smaller here. Okay, so that looks like a full truck with all the doors, hood, all the windows matching decently enough. Okay, and we lost connection, as I was afraid of. Right. But should return shortly. That was just a fluke. Okay, now it says 8 attempts. Okay, and we're back online. That was a bit embarrassing. Well, hopefully you can still watch the entire thing when it's recorded and on YouTube. I believe the link to the playlist with all the recordings, well, all the recordings that I saved are on YouTube. Unfortunately, the first 2 or 3, when I was hoping that Twitch would be making an archive automatically, and that archive is not just 1 week long, those are now lost. But the rest should be there for all to see. Okay. Anyway, that's the truck we have now. We have those rear lights set up. Those rear doors are not a thing. And I'm not sure if those hatches are the cargo space of this truck. We'll have to double check it in game, and if so, maybe animate them. Anyway, let's rename those lights. That is light tanker 1, rear left object. Let's copy, put here, and that is rear right object. Right should be also capitalized for easier reading. And all of those now can go into, well, the processed pile. Okay. That is one tanker. We had more. I believe there were other tankers too. So let me check my reference. That's truck tanker 1, and we have also truck tanker 2. That is actually used 2 times. Well, truck tanker 1 is used also twice. Tanker 2 is actually 3 times. Okay. Anyway. So let's import the next one. Set this collection as active. Let's import FBX. Oh dear me. Okay. That's gonna take a moment. Sorry for that. I need to find the folder where all the raw models are. PZK. Okay, Steam apps, workshop content, 108600, and the mod ID for the PZK is 321768. Copy paste. Cool. Now paste the folder name. Let's filter by truck. We want truck tanker 2. And here it is. Quite similar to tanker 1 we had, but it has different rear side, which actually gives me some hope. So let's check. Okay, so that's default rear lights, and they seem to match what we see here. So let's disable all of those. Let's disable this one. Yeah, you see, it uses default, well, rear bumper and rear lights. Okay, so we can cut it off too. Well, maybe not the bumper, but the lights. We also have the light bar up top and default cab. So let's get cutting. But first, Control A and apply all transforms. So we have those scales set in order. Anyway, light begun. Light begun. Yeah, and see those default lights. They get in position correctly. Okay. Next thing. Let's cut off the cab. So, faces, transparency mode. Select all of this and drop it. Okay, so that's what is left of this truck and is more or less unique for it. At least not touched by animated or removable parts. Next we do geometry, array, count 1, no offset, caps and use. Okay, where is it? Cab base. That is the cab. And next, let's also use this light bar as the end cab, so we can have both the cab and light bar added in one motion. Okay, so that should be the truck. Quite easy. So the scaling is done. The parts look fine. I don't think we removed anything else. So yeah, move to processed pile. Next, truck garbage. Okay, so a lot of children have that as their favorite truck, probably because they can see it quite regularly. Okay, hello Jack. Well, the crashes, no, I don't think I have figured it out. Honestly, I have forgotten what was causing the crash. Was it with vans or with trucks? Okay. But for now, I'm just trying to move on with the models. Okay, yeah, with vans. RV, van, camper, thingy. Yeah, I think I did figure out it last stream. Well, before last stream. There was some issue with I believe lights or something else. I copied them from trucks where they are animated, and then that they were not animated on vans but expected to be, and that was confusing the game to hell and back. So when I got the scripts in order, I believe it works fine now, but we'll have to double check. Anyway, we now go to let's filter it by truck. Select the garbage truck here. Okay, and that is also a truck. We'd probably have to have custom rear lights for it, but the front cab plus light bars should be just fine. Okay, to make sure what the lights are, let's set let's set correct texture for it. Give Blender a minute to figure out how to give us more options on textures. Not sure why it has this hiccup, but it's consistent the first time I try to access materials. Okay, should be good now. Open file, use this folder, but okay. So here I select the recent folder where all the models are, but instead of trying to pick it here, I use move up, then go textures, vehicles, and that's going to become our another recent folder. If we open a file from it here, like this garbage shell, open image. Okay, so yeah, those rear lights, we don't have them on any other truck, so they will be custom ones. Then remove the cab, and that's gonna be it. Okay, Control A, apply all transforms to get rid of those like scales and rotations. And also set the origin point at world start. Yeah, well, we will double check this RV van because I honestly don't remember. And it might crash on us, yeah, then I'll have to figure it out. And, okay, here. So, transparency faces, face select like so. Drop, oops. Don't drop the vertices, maybe drop just the faces. Okay, that works better, though we did drop a face here that I probably want to keep. Okay, so that one. Now drop the faces. Okay. So the cab is gone. In its place, let's use the same trick with the pre-edited cab and light bar. Now what we also have to do is those lights here. Okay, inset just a tiny bit. Slide that in. Slide that up. Okay. Now, that is going to be a bit of a strange move to add diagonals to those four corners on the sides, but that is what I want to check, to try out. Now, by making those faces here triangles, I make it so that when I Control R split here, I don't, well, they don't move outside of those areas. So that this adding loop split, it only works with the quad topology. So because everything around is triangles, only this rectangle is affected. Okay, so that is about the amount of cuts I want, yes or no. No, I want also to have that many. Maybe that is the right amount. Well, in either case, we will be able to put them in place. And then here I want 2 cuts. Okay. So now I have roughly cut those into some segments, and I can move those edges around so they line up better. Okay. Okay, move that down. That one goes up here. That one goes up here. That one with, if I hold Alt when clicking on this edge, it tries to select the whole loop. So that's how I select all three. Okay, so that one goes here. That one here. That one goes here. And here. And I'm one short. So I want there to be one more cut like this. Okay. So now we have a lot more geometry than we realistically need, but that is just a matter of moving around some vertices and dissolving some edges. So first let's start by selecting those diagonals and getting rid of them by dissolving. Next, this vertex goes here, that one goes in here. Okay, so we have things like this. Next, we'll cut using those exact positions. And yeah, those inner vertices, we can just move them to the sides. And that gets us some simpler geometry on the bulbs. Okay, so the shading here got messed up a bit, but I hope it will get fixed if we get more cuts here. And apparently it is. Oops. That goes here. Okay, so that took a little more time, but gave us kind of straighter shapes for the bulbs. Okay, let's dissolve all of those and select those bulbs, move and selection. Okay. Is this way better than what we did before by hand? Is it worse? Well, it's up to you what you feel like doing. What suits you better. Just have some different approaches in your arsenal. Next, insert this till it touches the bulbs here. Now, once again, triangulate those bordering regions. Okay, so I need 3 here, 4 here, and 3 here. So one more like this. 2 cuts like this. Now that one goes up. That goes down. That moves here. And yeah, I guess once again I miscounted and came one short. Okay. Just add one more cut, position it correctly, and we are now done. So it's okay to make errors as long as you know how to set things right after them. Dissolve edges. Okay. Maybe use those three, slide them in a bit because they don't seem to match here. Okay, slide that in, slide that in, slide that in, and that in. And now, okay, from here, and that, okay, that works. No, I messed up, because that was supposed to slide in here. So yeah, that was just a double cut. Okay. Okay, so that's side one. That is side two. Four and final cut here. Okay. Wonder if we can select those vertices and dissolve them. Yay, we can. Okay, so that saved us some moves around. Okay. Separate that. Select all those empty circles. Control E to access this edge menu is the shortcut I recently learned. Now extrude by Y, scale by 0, face select, C for paint select, and pressing there in the middle. Okay, Alt N, average by face area. UV editing. And move here. Okay. That's actually a clever choice here. So the texture is laid out the same as with the fire trucks, with those lights being vertical, but it is used horizontally here. I like things like this where you reuse bits from other things in a new way. Okay. Now all we have to do is name those lights appropriately. Well, unfortunately for them, their appropriate name is light garbage, rear left object. And that doesn't mean that this light is garbage, it just means that it's part of a garbage truck. And the garbage truck is also done. Next on the agenda is going to be flatbed. Okay. Same deal, select raw collection, import fbx, this folder. Okay. Oh. Okay, so you were watching this screen scene all this time. No worries. I just need to get better at switching them. Okay. Flatbed. Well, that's a trailer, that's a truck flatbed. That's what we want. Okay. That rear lights, they look familiar, but we have a problem with this. So if we check those default rear lights, yeah, actually they match. Okay, I was expecting them to be placed in the same general area, but like slightly in or out, because this truck length might not match. But they do. Okay, so that makes our work real easy. So let's select both lights and drop them, and the usual flow of getting rid of this cab and then re-adding it from components. Okay, so that cab goes away. Add generate array, and it didn't have the light bars, so just the cab here. And yeah, here, that's what I am always talking about. Here is this added cab, but that's like 1/100th of its size we need. So Control A, apply all transforms, and now that's added correctly. Cool. So that flatbed truck, I believe it's done. So you see, that's the benefit of having those animation-related components done once and then reused. Okay, that goes here. Let's hide it now. Next on the agenda would be truck mill. Suppose that's for military. Okay. Raw collection, FBX. Oh yeah, you're probably wondering where I reference all those on the agenda lists. Let me show you. So that is a Google sheet that I made with all the vehicle IDs from the PZK mod. So you see here we have 190 records. So and their respective model names. I'll also added some classifications here. Here I put the check marks or V when I finish this vehicle, so just to track how many of them are done. And here up top I have a summary of how many check marks I have out of the total number of vehicles. So we're currently sitting at 63 out of 190, which is exactly 33%. Well, maybe not exactly, but rounds up to 33%. And I'm currently here in this truck section. So we have like the bed truck, flatbed truck, box truck. We have those 3 buses. This is the 4-seater cab truck, dump fire, which this is the tanker we finalized today, flatbed, garbage, tanker 2. So those are kinda also penciled in as done, but we need more, well, we need to get script for them. So now that's the military truck. Then it would be propane, RV, and since there's this RV truck, I will have a second chance to show you how I model the interior. And I'm glad about it. Okay. So let's get rid of this. That's the blender. Import FBX vehicles mill. This Frontline truck mill. Okay, so that's a military version of the flatbed truck. Has two axles here. Has some tarp, well, holders here. Maybe we can like put well, model a tarp over them as an optional, well, add-on component that you can like install on a vehicle using actual tarps as materials. Though you probably need like 4 of those tarps to cover this whole area. Maybe even 8. That's just an idea. Okay, so the rear lights, let's double check. Light rear, those, yeah, those match, those don't need to be remodeled. So once again, we just cut off the cab, slap on the pre-modeled one. We don't animate this rear hatch. Maybe we should, but we don't. As far as I know, for those flatbed trucks. Okay, so get rid of those lights and get rid of this front cab. Okay, select, and did we select this face? No, we did not, because it's missing here. Okay. Well, those lines, this is just some loose edges and vertices. So we can delete them manually, but we also can select all, use Control M. Nope, not Control M. Okay, I was expecting Control M to open this mesh, just with like with Control E opening edge. It doesn't. Okay, mesh, clean up, delete loose. And, well, 7 vertices, 2 edges, but those are still here. Weird. Mesh, clean up, delete loose, and nope. It no longer sees them as loose vertices, maybe because they are connected here. Okay. Wanted to show you how it works, but apparently showed myself that it works in a slightly different way. Anyway, now slap on the cab with no light bar. Okay. Cabs is... Okay, let's select it. Cab base. And yeah, Control A, apply all transforms. So here it is. Military truck also ready for being scripted. Just in case, let's clean up, merge by distance. Okay, so there are no doubled up vertices here, at least as far as the model can pick up. Cool. Get out of my sight. What is next? Next one, truck propane. And okay. File, import, FBX, propane, which is also like a version of a tanker truck, but I guess it has different faucets here. Okay, so its lights, they seem to be the default rear ones. Just to confirm here, yep. That matches the position. Okay. And yeah, this box looks like where the trunk is. Maybe we want to animate a hatch opening on it. But to double check it, let's apply. Okay, well, first of all, why two materials? I want there to be just one material. And this is the folder for textures that is probably called like propane. Well, we have propane and propane too. Let's pick either one, and yeah, here you see there's the hatch. Okay, alpha none, because this uses the dynamic. Whoa, that was a massive hang-up. Okay, so because it uses dynamic coloring, we had to set this alpha to none. Okay. Now, that hatch here. First, let's inset till we hit the first border, then move other edges till they also match. Okay, so that is a rough outline of the door. But we want to cut extra vertex here, an extra vertex here, then cut here. Why didn't you collaborate? Resistance is futile. Okay. And those corner vertices, they can be moved to match this kind of octagonal shape of this hatch. Like so. Okay, so this hatch gets separated as it will become the door. And now we need to, for this thing here, to have an interior. So to do this, go to Edge Mode, use this Alt-click to select this whole circle around. And first we start by extruding it by Y-axis a little bit. So that's kind of the door frame here. And then we extrude it again, press escape to cancel any extrude movements, but we still have doubled up those vertices here effectively. Now go to scale and move it out, maybe like so. Let's go to transparent mode so we can see better. So that gives us some interior space here. Well, here we're already at the edge of where we want to be, but that edge can be moved up by z-axis. That one can be moved by x-axis, like that maybe, and that along z-axis moved down. Okay, now that is not a rectangle, and I don't want to keep those corners cut here. So to do this, go to vertex mode, select this one, and go move, well, G to move, along x-axis, lock it, then shift tab to enable magnet mode, and point to this vertex so it matches it along x-axis. So same deal here. Move along x-axis till you match this vertex. Move along x-axis till you match this one, and move along x to here. Good. Now those vertices, they can be okay, Shift Tab to disable magnet, go to slide mode and merge them at corners. Okay. Okay. Disable this transparent mode. Well, yeah, maybe that's too soon. Get edge, select this whole square. Now disable it and extrude along y-axis till we feel like this. Maybe a bit more. Yeah. Like, I don't want this wall here to be this thick. So just move it back here and in fact maybe move this in front a bit. Okay. So now that is our interior space, though it is missing the back wall. So the way to add it is, well, Alt click to select this whole loop and then F to add a face in there. Now we have those faces, though we have some issues with textures. Like here you see on the back wall, it still has this handle. On this wall, it also smeared this handle along all the width. So we want to redo those UVs. Select all those faces. Maybe even select those inside here. Like this one, I believe. This one, no. Actually, this one. Okay, so that one. Nope, this one. This and this. Okay, so that looks like what we want to retexture. Yep. So go to UV editing, and here you see that, yeah, they, first of all, this line here matches this hatch. But what we can do is like scale them down a bit, scale them down along y-axis a bit, move down, so they get this more uniform gray area. And voila. Now that's just a box inside. Well, a box with those corners for some reason not being recognized as sharp. Key. Edge, set sharpness by angle. Okay, so now that is better. Okay, Alt N, average by face area. Okay, so that's our trunk space. That is our trunk door. Well, that door is now just one-sided face. To fix it, we use the solidify modifier. Okay, so solidify, and because it has this scaling here, those values are not nearly enough, but the right way to fix it is to apply the scaling, and now, well, that, let's make it about a third of what it is. So yeah, we don't want this trunk lid to be too thick, and that is close to what we had, what wall thickness we had for the box. Okay, Now let's apply it, because the geometry added by modifiers, it is kind of hard to animate it. So I want to apply those modifiers because that door will be animated. Speaking of which, we need an extra bone here for this hatch. So select this pivot area, move the cursor, select the armature, go to edit mode, add another bone. This is trunk propane bone. Let's make it way smaller here, like so, yes. That bone is now good. Then I want this part to be parented with armature deform to this armature, and use trunk propane bone without the typos, hopefully, as the vertex group that contains the entirety of this object. And the object, let's name it trunk propane object. Please don't do misclicks. Okay. Now select armature, go to animations. We have this trunk closing clip that does a lot of stuff, but frame 41 is closed. So select this bone and save keyframe here. Frame 1 is open. Okay, hello, mega 1 to many numbers. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Oh, that is adding some animations to vehicles in Project Zomboid. Well, the vehicles that a mod adds to Project Zomboid. Currently, where we have added separated this hatch as its own mesh from the box, added a bone, and about to make an animation for it to open. So the open state for it, if we watch from the top side, we can rotate, and something went horribly wrong. Probably I messed up the bone names. Yeah, that's not the right bone name. Okay. Trunk propane bone. Okay, so let's copy this bone here, and let's go back to layout. The hatch here uses the armature deform. Okay, trunk propane bone. Oh, so now it recognized it. Okay, so that was a problem with the bone name. Anyway, select armature, go to animations. Do we like that open state, or what we want it to be a bit more? I think, yeah, that's enough. Okay, so hover over here, press I to save it as a keyframe. So those yellow dots here are the keyframes. And now, when the timescale moves between those two keyframes, the object transitions from one to the other. Okay, that is good. So with this, we can now hide this armature. We are done adding animations. Next thing, well, the cab. We still didn't cut it off. So this cab here, it works absolutely fine, but we have a lot of other trucks that share the same general shape. So instead of trying to edit this cab every time for every single truck, instead I have prepared like a prefabricated cab base with all animated parts being cut off, and we can just reuse it for all vehicles. So to do this, first of all, we need to get rid of this cab. Going to transparent mode, select faces, just paint select like this. Drop all faces. Okay, so that's what is left here. The one and next I want to put this predefined cab, also make it part of this mesh. So to do this, we can use modifiers. The way intuitive way to do this is the Boolean operator like added here, but recently I found out that array operator kind of works better for this case. So we just make array of one element, which probably makes no sense. Remove the offset and then use this cabs option. So we can add a cab and okay, so now it might seem like it hasn't been added, but that's because we have incorrect scaling and positions here. So it actually did add a cab here, but that's because of this scaling to basically 1%. This is too small. To fix this scaling, we just select the object, Control A, and from here we can pick all transforms. And now the cab is added. The only thing that is a bit wrong is, well, previously this legroom here was a bit longer. So don't think that's a critical modification for the vehicle. So let's just get rid of those two faces. And that should be it for this truck. So the truck now is ready. New trunk lid is ready. Let's move them into a processed pile and disable. What is next on the agenda? That is finally the truck RV. So select row collection that we use for input, file, import, FBX. Now search for RV. Yeah, Franklin truck RV. So that's the vehicle we want. It obviously has more doors we'll have to animate, but currently we don't see where they are because the texture didn't get loaded. So go here, press load texture, and the texture is also hopefully named RV. This is RV truck RV shell, truck RV2 shell. Well, which one is the correct one? Let's start with first shell. And hello, any minute now. Okay, that apparently I messed up a bit. Where's this propane truck? Let's hide this one. Yeah, I applied this RV texture to this propane truck. Whoops. Let's return the propane texture here. Now hide it. Select this truck and make sure it is highlighted in yellow, not reddish orange it was before. So now that one, I want to use this RV shell. Okay, so that looks messed up, but that is because the game uses transparent bits of a texture for dynamic tinting of vehicles. And if we don't want to suffer with this here when editing, down here in alpha setting, instead of straight, let's use like channel packed or none, so we ignore this alpha values on the texture. And that is our RV. Okay, it has a lot of things to cut out and modify. So, first thing first. We have the same truck cab, so do our thing. Select the cab, delete it. Here we have like this back wall remaining because I couldn't select it without also selecting this wall, and I didn't want to delete it. So select it, remove, and we have this bit here also, probably. Okay, so that is the RV Sans cab. Let's Control A, apply all, select it, Control A, apply all transforms, generate array, disable offsets, and use this cab base as the way the object to add. So now, yeah, those bits missing are only because, yeah, we're just reusing the doors, the hood, like the windshield from other trucks, and they already cover those areas. So that's nothing to worry about. We even have the common engine texture, if I can find it here. This one here. So that covers the wheel, the engine block, but since we don't need it for every truck, I just keep it hidden, so that's why that looks so disassembled. Anyway, next bit. This is the trunk lid that we need to animate to open and close state. Okay. So in order to animate it, first we need to separate it into its own object. It has a rectangular shape, which is massively helpful to us. But if we cut that out, we're going to lose the rectangular layout of this area, and we kind of need it if we want to don't have a hard time cutting this rear windshield off. So let's start by cutting this rear windshield. Okay, and inset like so. So you inset till you hit the area you want to cover with at least one edge, and then if you don't have diagonals here, you can just select those edges, press G 2 times, and slide it down. It is important to double tap G, because if you tap only once, you can see that that messes up your texture because it just moves the vertex positions. If you double tap G, it slides them along existing edges, and since you have those edges as something to reference, you can do this operation without messing up your UVs and, well, texture coordinates. So that is a very useful tool to have. Okay. So now that window, let's move it in a bit. Okay, so that window has those rounded corners, but we managed to fit this whole rectangular box inside of those blackened areas. Okay. So we can get away with it just being a rectangle. Like so. Select those two faces, press P to separate them into their own object. Well, because we had a modifier on the base object, the separated one inherited it. Well, we don't want this rear window to also have a copy of the cab, so just disable this object, this modifier. Now, disabling this window, it kind of goes away. Good. What we needed. However, now that this is not a rectangle, well, we'll have a bit of a harder time cutting this hatch out. Not too hard though, still. Okay, so we start by inset and move it in just a bit till we hit those edges here. Next, I want to slide this down. So that matches this. Now, this here. We can slide it as is, but since it's sloped, we are going to have some troubles. So what I want to do instead is to turn on magnet mode here. Make sure the magnet mode is in vertex. Well, you can tell it by this icon displayed here. That is for vertices. Now, in vertex mode, I can slide this vertex here. Oh, red. No, that's not gonna work perfect as I expected because they are connected. Okay, so we can't just make them perfectly vertical, but that is close enough. Now, let's check the topology around here. So, this face, that looks okay. That one also looks okay. This one is a bit iffy, but kind of okay because it's also convex. Like, if you put take any point inside, you can connect any 2 points without it going outside of this face, and that is important for comfortable rendering. This face is not concave, because if you see, like, take a point here and point here, it has to go outside here to connect. So that face, while technically smarter render engines can figure it out, there's no guarantee that this model will be rendered by a smart engine, so we better cut it into some triangles. The good thing about triangles is they are always convex. Like, you cannot have a concave triangle, no matter how you try. Okay, so those two triangles now, and the topology is saved. This is our trunk hatch. Let's separate this as our selection. Once again, it does not need a cab. This one, though, needs some thickness, because currently it's just one face. And the way render engines work, they only render faces that are looking towards the camera. Like, this can be disabled here in Blender, but that is just for editing. And in-game, Zomboid engine and most other engines will have this backface culling on by default. And you have to bend over backwards to make them work as is. well, if you want this backface cooling to be off. Usually that requires a custom shader. So to do away with it, what we can do is apply a modifier here. And the modifier would be generate solidify. So that modifier has this property of thickness, and it turns this face into basically a box with this thickness. So last hatch we did had like 0.3 thickness here, and probably that works for this case too. Now, because we want to animate this part, we have to add all vertices into a vertex group, and vertices added by modifiers we wouldn't be able to by default. So we have to apply this modifier, which is not that bad, but now if we go to editing mode, we have all those vertices here too. One thing I like to do is then to check this backside of this hedge, go to UV editing, and then change where it lies. Where would that be? Yeah, here. That's where it is currently. And we have this handy area for like interior sides. So let's move it like down here. Go back, and now the outside of this hedge is colored for the outside to match the vehicle, and the inside that we can kind of see if it's when it swings open, that going to have this different color. Like that's for interior sides. Okay. So that one is good. Next, if that is our cargo area hatch, then we expect there to be some cargo space behind it. So let's extrude. Oops. Yeah, switch the magnet off. So first, edges, mark those edges as sharp. Extrude by Y, and like give it some thickness. Next, tap E again, then escape. Then scale it up a bit so we have a bit more space. Extrude again by Y. So that's gonna be our cargo space. And F to close this box. Okay, so now this interior box also has geometry, and if that gets opened in game, well, that will be visible. But I realized I just was a bit too hasty, so I'll delete this bit. Select this entire thing here, go to UV editing, once again move it to the same interior space area we checked before. So like this. And now if I extrude this, that is going to be automatically also shaded for interior. So that is a bit more realistic, with the only exception being some of those edges. Yeah, they should be sharp too. So that's our cargo box. Next, we usually only have one trunk area on a vehicle. So those hatches here and here, not going to animate. But we will make sure to imply some cargo spaces behind them when we model the interior. so. Okay, now windows. And those side doors, well, one door here. That is where we want, oh, that we also want to animate for people to be able to open, close this door as they enter the RV space. So that is our next thing to do. Here, that is far from any sensible shape around it. So instead of using inset and then adjusting vertices, our only option here is a knife tool. So K to enter the knife mode. Now select like a vertex that makes sense around here. Go to one corner, then follow the corners around like this and this and this. Okay, so that is our cuts. And apparently those faces were not connected, so we now have to add more cuts like so. Because, well, some geometries suck. Okay, so magnet those two vertices together. This one slide it down. This slide up. Here we have this one. Okay, slide down. Here we have many vertices. That we all want to slide together. I want to add a cut here, so that is not a concave face. I also want to cut here, so this face is a quad, not a what it was pentagon before, because for topology you want the faces to have usually under 4 edges. It's not a crime to have pentagons, but they can sometimes mess topology. Especially if you try to do edge cuts. Okay. So now this door is framed by edges and can be separated into its own object. Like so. Okay. Let's disable it for now, and that door should lead into the interior space. Okay, I have honestly very little idea how the RVs work, so I'm just going to do a lot of guessing here. The only thing I know is this area up here is probably where one of the sleeping areas is. So I would expect there to be kind of a ladder back here, and maybe like a small fence here and a sleeping spot there. Then the rest of it we'll figure out. Good. Oh, well, that is really awkward. Because those seem to be connected, but for some reason they don't want to acknowledge that that the loop goes like this. Maybe that's because of this here. Let's slide it in. Now this face here is a quad, not a pentagon. Well, yeah, that works better now. What we have here, well, that face, it looks like a pentagon, well, a quad. But you notice here there's a slight change in how this edge flows. And if we go to vertices, yep, here we have this sneaky vertex here. And that makes this face here a pentagon. So let's slide it into one side. Now that is a proper quad. And now if we go to edge, loop select, that loops correctly around the door. So that is a good example of what I mean by why you need to fix those topology mistakes. Now, this area here. First edge mark sharp, next extrude x-axis. So that is a frame for the door to fit in. And how does it flow afterwards? Okay, so the first thing, of course, is to make another extrusion and scale it up a bit, like so. So we have those faces to work with. First of all, UV editing, let's reposition those. Okay, S0 actually. Like let's move it here. So we have some interior color is like grayish. That edge, let's move it up to about roof level. So that, let's move it up like this. So it's not that far below this one. Actually, I really wanted to match this here. Maybe even, yeah, drop this edge. Select those two vertices. Let's move them up with the magnet being on and that vertex as a target. So now that line is straight. And we can extrude it like this to make a floor. Okay. That floor goes all the way through. Now, whoops. That's a bit inconvenient to try to edit it on the inside. So that moves closer to here. Well, maybe not that close. Yeah, that would help a lot. Okay. Once again, disable magnet. So that is our, well, front edge here. Now that extrude by Z. that goes up all the way to here. And we want to make a cut from here to here. Okay, so now that edge moves down to match this vertex here. Okay. Next we take this edge from here, extrude along x-axis, and use this vertex as a reference for width. And here we can probably move this whole edge front here. This one extrude. Okay, and now take those two edges, F to fill the gap between them. Okay, so that slipping area is kind of filled in. Let's this edge, fill the sides, and fill like this. Okay. And with those two as well. Okay. 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 Extrude by z-axis to this level. Extrude by z-axis to this level. And then that move to join with this vertex here. Okay, and let's have this vertex join here. Oops, Alt N, nope. Control E, clear sharp. Yeah, now the shading problem is gone. Okay. So that space has like the rough interior added. Next, let's get this whole thing selected. Move it closer to the wheels. Now we would have to raise the floor portions over the wheels here a bit, but the middle section can go floor level still. That's just a very rough approximation of what the interior will be, because once again we have to account for those spaces. They have to eat away from here. Now this space, those two, well, we'll have to model those in. And that's gonna be a long process. Okay, anyway, those two, let's extrude by Z using that as a reference. Okay, we have this vertex here. We can merge with this one on this side, and here we have to cut a new one that roughly matches the same way and join them together. So that is one. Now those currently matching those top bits, I want them to be ever so slightly higher. Okay, now extrude E. So however long that would go. Okay, so not that long. No, not that far, please. Move Y. So that should be where those upper things go, and this bottom edge, that goes like this. Okay. So that is our general layout of the space we have to work with. So fill those in, and why do we still have those lines here? Guess we can slide this one up. So now those two, let's get them, well, F to fill the area, knife to cut to here, and well, that's gonna be awkward, because that knife action would probably cut through that box we added for a cargo space. Here you see, instead of where I wanted to cut. So to do this, let's cut around like so and so. That those two cuts are not what I wanted, but now I can slide this vertex here and slide this vertex to match here, and that goes good. Now the boxes. To do this, let's add some helper objects. So let's exit here. Let's go to move cursor mode 3. Put the cursor roughly here. Shift A, add cube. Now scale this cube down. Scale it by Z to match this door. Okay, move up a bit. Maybe scale up so we can like pretend that the interior is a bit larger than the door. Next, repeat it here. Shift A, mesh cube, scale it down. Like this. Okay. So, and what that does for me is, since the cursor is the center of those added cubes, we get those, well, the visualization how that cube intrudes on the interior here. And then we will be able to modify this mesh to account for those cubes. Okay. Maybe down a bit like so, and that hatch looks pretty similar to those two, so instead of adding more cubes, I will Shift D to duplicate them, move by Y-axis without magnet. So move here, Shift D by Y, move here. Okay. And another one here. Okay. So to move a cube to match this box here, let's put a cursor here. Now Shift D for this cube and Shift S, selection to cursor. Okay, so that cube moved to this side. Maybe it's not matching this box correctly, but perfectly, but it's in the right X position, and we can adjust it like so. So I believe those are all of those cubes. So let's see what we have to work with on the interior. Another thing to worry about is the windows here. So the windows, they need to be also cut out from the interior as well as the exterior here. So those two windows, they kind of match their positions, which gives me another idea. So put a cursor around here, add another cube. Now tab to edit mode, scale it down so it matches vertically. Move this side like so, move this side. We are going to need some, oh, that's not what I wanted. That's totally not what I wanted, but we'll roll with it. by just deleting this face here. Okay, so those be gone. Okay, those here. This edge, I said this edge should be moved to match those sides. This edge goes to match those sides. Those two vertices, they slide up. Those vertices, they slide down, as well as those two, like so. Okay, so that is our one face. Now select this entire face, extrude. So now that once again is a 3D shape. Select this whole, well, select this whole side and move it along x-axis to go through the entire RV. So now that acts as a stencil. It doesn't work perfectly, unfortunately for us, but if we move those faces down a bit, we should get a good enough result. Okay, so that's a stencil that if we use it to cut out a thing from the truck and the interior, that would be, well, that would cut the window holes in the interior too. So now let's hide that object, select this one and apply modifier generate. This time it is Boolean, use difference mode with the target object being this cube 6. And you can see that, yeah, the windows got cut out both from the interior and the outside. That is good, but where are the windows? How we want to keep them as separate objects. That is kinda, that was the general idea. So to get them, we want to duplicate this truck. So Control D, or no, well, what did I do here? I'll duplicate the truck. I'm not, yeah, delete this driver. Okay, so that truck here, we don't need this array modifier on it, and on this same Boolean modifier, instead of it showing the difference, we want it to show intersect. And those are the cut out bits. Apply the modifier here, take those inside faces, we don't need them. So those are the windows. They are one-sided. To fix them being one-sided, let's duplicate, Alt-N, flip. So now each window contains of two faces, one facing one way, one facing the other way. In either case, one would be facing camera and thus visible. For like the implicitly flat objects like windows, that is an acceptable solution. No solidify needed. Okay, good. So those windows are now done. The truck can have those cutouts that will be filled with those windows. And we are happy. Same deal with those windows here. And this window, and this window. So let's make more stencils. Yeah, and since I want to reuse this stencil now for a different place, I would also apply this Boolean modifier. Good, now that stencil here. edit 3. Let's scale it down. Let's move it to here. Yep. Please feel free to ask me any questions if you want to clarify, for me to clarify something. I'd be delighted to answer, or just chat some general ideas in chat. That would be appreciated too. Not that I'm in any way not appreciative, I love the company. So, we make the shape of this window. Now let's slide this in so we don't go all the way through the truck, because that window is only on one side. Now this camper, delete driver, add the same modifier we had before to cut out this window. And I believe we missed the point a little bit. Yep. Those should be lower, like this. Hide it, and this, since we're cutting out the stencil, we don't need to modify this modifier here. That works just fine. Okay. Duplicate the whole truck, cut this out, switch this to intersect, and apply. And those two, just drop the vertices. This one, duplicate and flip. So that's the window. And here now also, let's duplicate, then apply, and this way, when we move this stencil to the other side, like move by x-axis here, and move it here. That window is about the same size, so we should just be able to fit it in. Now we disable this, and since we kept the modifier, that is being cut out. So that truck, duplicate, drop this modifier, drop this modifier, switch this one to intersect. Okay, and now apply it. Drop all those vertices, and those two, let's dissolve this. Nope, not dissolve. First, let's slide those vertices into corners, and now dissolve this edge. Nope. Well, it doesn't want to dissolve easily, peacefully. What you gonna do about it? Let's mesh, clean up, merge by distance, nothing was removed, okay. Well, if it doesn't want to go, we'll just keep it here. No harm done. And, well, I say that, but I forgot to make a copy of this truck. So now I have to revert a bunch of actions all the way to switching all the way here. Okay. Okay, so that is the base truck. I want to keep the array, but I can apply this modifier now. Can I? Yeah. Now we can, we have to keep this modifier, but we should duplicate the truck. And now on the copy, we drop this modifier, we switch this one to intersect, and then apply it. And when we close it, we still have the truck with this cut out, which we can duplicate and apply. And then this stenciled would go to a more useful position. Okay, so let's rotate this around the axis by 90 degrees. Let's move it somewhere here. Let's rotate it so you kind of match the facing of it. Now that one goes here. That one goes in like this. Okay, so that is, yeah. And the top bits here will have to also move up a bit. Well, let's extrude them. And then this one, slide it all the way up. Okay. So that covers one window, but we have two and they're pretty symmetrical. So we can throw a mirror modifier on this one. And, well, X clipping, okay. So because we have botched this origin point, that mirroring is happening somewhere strange. So having this object selected, Control A, apply all transforms, which resets the origin point, and now the mirror works the way we expect it to. So this double stencil, now working with this truck, cuts out those two windows here. Good thing. Let's duplicate the truck, drop this modifier, switch this to intersect, and apply. Okay, so those two faces go with all the vertices. Those two faces get duplicated and flipped, so we see them from the inside. Okay, that interior here now looks kind of better. What I also want to do with it is this. Going to this truck, I want to select this face loop here, press Alt-M, well, maybe not even Alt-M, but P to separate it into its own object. And now with this face selected here, I can press L to select connected ones. Oh, and yeah, that doesn't work because of all those holes connecting inside to the outside. Okay. Ooh. Well, mesh cleanup, merge by distance, nothing removed. Because this inside topology is all messed up. For the windows, we don't get to like easily select face loops here, because yeah, that messes up everything. So what do we do? Well, the easiest well, the correct way would probably be to fix this inner topology. For example, those vertices have no business being in the middle here. They can go to the kind of vertex here. We can cut something like this, so that's a quad now. We can cut, oops, we can cut something like that. So that's a quad, those two quads now. Okay, here, wanna cut like so, then like so. That's a quad, that's a triangle. This goes here. Okay, that's a quad, that's a triangle, that's not a good topology. That moves in here. Now, that's a quad, that's a triangle, triangle. That's a hot mess. Quad, okay. Okay, that goes down. That goes up. There is a triangulate modifier that can automate this process and turns basically every face that is not a triangle into a triangle by cutting it along this shorter diagonal until it becomes just the three, well, it has just the three edges. But that will modify the whole mesh, and I want it to be just the interior here. And maybe I'm wrong, and I also need to work the exterior, because it will just as likely mess up being able to loop select for us. But we will fall off this bridge when we come to it. Okay, slide down, slide down. That one can slide here. That then can cut from here to here. So we have a quad, quad, quad. A really messy topology, but should work in this case. Okay. Also, let's apply this one. So we have those bits here. Okay, so now let's check. Can we... Yeah, that works. That works. Whoops. That works. That works. That and that. Well, not exactly working. And I'm a bit confused. What the hell is this? Thankfully, that's just a little correction away. Whoops. Where do you belong? Whoa. That is a messed up thing here. Okay, let's slide you in. Slide you... Well, that one. Okay, so that vertex is just goes here. Let's weld them together and move this here. Okay, so that one, that goes all the way to somewhere here, I guess. Yeah, that one. We have, yeah, while we were cutting, we accidentally sliced some more cuts around here, so those now get in the way. So let's remove those cuts and those. Okay. Can we select those now? Yes, we well, can for one, can't for the other, because yeah, here that's the mess up again. Okay. Okay. Okay, so that looks like it's all fixed, except for this vertex here that refuses to go up. Maybe it can go down. And that vertex here. Okay. Yes, now you work those. So all those window frames now are selected. Let's separate them. Don't care about them being visible here. Yeah, about this one too. Now, oh, no, not this one. This one, let's select the interior, and it is selecting just the interior, meaning we can split it into its own object. Now, hiding this truck, we can, thanks to the backface culling, see into interior more, well, better see into the interior. Let's stop at that. Okay, so those windows be gone. That is the interior, and now those frames here, those framing bits, they should all join back here, because we don't really need them as separate objects. Good. Now select all, mesh, clean up, merge by distance. And yeah, you really should fix this topology on the outside too, because that's not a good shape for a face. Not at all. Okay, so that goes here. Okay. Now let's connect like this. That's gonna be a triangle. Let's connect like this. And that is a quad, that's a triangle. Okay, so that side works fine. That side needs some attention. So, just a quick question for you guys who are watching. Please let me know how you found out about this stream. Like, did you just randomly stumble on it, or were you searching for something? Okay, like this. Yeah, I know about you, Jack. You would have a hard time trying to miss this idea of me streaming, because we were working on those mods way before. Okay, like that. Okay, and maybe that way. So that comes up on PZ category. Well, that's more Blender than PZ, to be honest, but I guess, yeah, that's relevant. And I believe, yeah, my stream description does mention PZ as the game that is being played. Okay, maybe that would be a good place to take a break and test how PZ is handling all the models we already added and catch up on scripting them, because this working on RV, well, makes me a bit tired. So, well, I got a bit tired. Let's switch gears a bit. Let's disable this raw category, make all the processed models visible, make armature visible, hide all components. So that's our exporting setup. For exporting, let's go to here, export FBX, and whoa, yeah, I'll have to find the proper folder now. PZKAnimated, contents, mods, media, models, vehicles, copy, paste. Okay, so here, PZK trucks, armature and mesh, only visible objects, animation, and we have to keep this all actions just for it to export all animations, and because of one animation here we have here for the rolling shutter, we have to force start and end keyframes, which is a bit annoying, but what you gonna do about it? Okay, so trucks, re-export. So now we have a lot more trucks. Next, sorry, why is it always messing this up? Okay, so that's the code. Our text editor, I guess it updated, that's why it didn't recognize. And here is our workspace with all the animated scripts and references for the vehicles from the mod. So we want to make some more trucks. The trucks we have completed now started with truck fire. Do we have this script set? Nope, no we don't. So the fire truck has default doors, and it has a trunk. So the closest to how it looks would be this truck box, because it has an override for a trunk, but inherits most of the rest. Here, so let's take this one. Control C, Control V, so make a copy of the truck box now. Rename it. I said rename it. Fire, animated, copy. Let's okay. Next thing here, oh. Yeah, PZ modding is mostly done with some, well, script files that look like, if you know JSON, that would look familiar. And, well, not exactly, but kind of look alike. And some Lua files. Well, and obviously, if you want to add more objects, you go to well, Blender or whatever you choose and export them into FBX. I guess Kerbal new objects for Kerbal were the same wheelhouse. And I see my microphone is spiking red occasionally. That's not good. Sorry if I had it too close to my mouth. Okay, so now, first we want to change this truck box prefix here to something more fitting, like truck fire. Well, almost guessed it. Truck fire. Replace all. Okay. Now, the base model here. We can go to Blender and copy it. So that would be among objects here, and that is one of those. So we have truck fire engine. That's the one we're looking for. So object properties, copy the name, and then paste it here. Okay, so the base model is set up. For the door, that it would be another animated door, but the object is not truck box object. So let's go to Blender and find it. Well, trunk fire object. That is the one we're looking for. Copy the name, go back to text and paste the name here. So the way this property works is we first reference relative path to the file omitting the FBX extension. Then if there is only one model in this FBX file, that can be it. If there are multiple models, then you put this vertical line and the object name within file. Shader, that's the same-ish with one exception. Since fire trucks, they have fixed colors, we want to use the no random shader for them because of a minor glitch of the scratches. So do we have, like, I believe this Van McCoy? Yeah, that's the shader name we want to use, both on the base model and on this truck. Now, this static false means that this model will be animated by something. Scaling is just for the size in game. So that's, we figured out what size the model should be versus what the scale should be, and we stick with it, so don't change it. Now here the bones. That was for the box truck that had a rolling shutter bone door, which looks cool. Let me show you here in Blender. Here, this door. And if we go to animations, yeah, let me hide all of this just to enable this box. Trunk box object. Okay. Here. Sorry if you hear that. There was just a flurry of notifications for some reason. So the door, you see that goes up and folds inwards. So that is its animation. But that obviously requires a lot of individual bone segments here. So that script, it uses all, mentions all those bones. We don't need that many. In fact, for the truck fire engine, well, trunk fire object, for those two, we only need those two bones. And to be able to quickly tell which bones we need, we can go to properties of this object here in the data vertex groups. Like, we want trunk fire left bone, copy it from here, paste it, and trunk fire right bone. So just those two bones. Get back to text, and the rest of those can go. Done. Now, however, we're not done with models. We have those lights that are specific to Fire Engine. Those two. We need to define models for those. They are not animated, so we can copy them from elsewhere. I believe the truck bed has the definitions here for model vehicle truck lights rear left and rear right. So those we want to copy. Paste them here. Make this named fire to represent that this is specific to the fire truck. And paste in those objects, those object names. So that would be a rear left, would be this one. Don't destroy the comma. And for rear right, that would be this one. Okay. Those are now set up. For fire, well, now we need to specify this template here. It contains the definitions for the parts, well, patches for part definitions that add animations to them. So for example, this is door rear. We'll now use this model as default one, and it already has the animations set up. Door front left, well, it inherits this door front left from a truck. Like here we have the definition for the front left door, and that's the same. The only thing here is I believe we will have to make some copies of those. Maybe even do it right now for one specific reason. So here, those doors, if we just reuse those, they use the same shader here we wanted to replace there. So redefine the models with a different shader, and usually I add a suffix of nr to their name to reflect that they use a no random shader. This bit here. That is needed because the game has a mechanic for randomly tinted cars. When we load in, that will be apparent. Well, some cars can be shaded into whatever color, but some service vehicles like a fire engine, they obviously don't want to have random colors, so their whole texture is set in stone. And technically, the usual shader works with those set in stone textures just fine until you get damage representation. So those scratches and dents you start seeing as you bump into things, they try to account for the vehicle tint and don't give, well, they don't care about what texture it was. They only want to use tint and the damage texture. So a fixed color fire engine, if it was underneath like a green vehicle, well, it was supposed to be a green vehicle, then you would have a normal fire engine, but all the scratches are tinted green, and that looks weird. So that's why I want to change this shader. So we want two front doors, and we also want a copy of the hood here. Okay, so the hood would also be an NR version with this shader. Now go to template. So the doors, that's correct front left, but NR. front right, and R. Engine door, that's the hood. The hood is an R. Windows are not tinted. Windows are supposed to be transparent, so we don't care. We can use the base truck windows for front left and front right. And here you see they specify that they are parented to a door. So that is also helping the game to correctly animate them together when the door gets opened or closed. Okay, oops, and we lost connection. So once again, thank you for anybody watching on YouTube. That is now a bit exclusive for you till we reconnect. Shouldn't take that long, but who knows? Well, the PC shows that the connection is there, but I guess it's not stable enough, or it... Okay, welcome back, where I'm back online. Sorry for this problem with connections. Sometimes my internet, sometimes my internet craps out and loses connection to the streaming platform, so takes a moment to reconnect. Sorry for that. Yeah, that was a Wi-Fi crash. Okay, so the windshield and rear windshield, those are the same. Seats are the same. Headlights, well, front headlights, they're the same. Rear headlights, we want to use the different models we defined here with this fire suffix. So headlights, rear left, go here, rear right, go here. Okay, so that's the fire engine. Good. Next on the agenda is tanker. Well, the tanker is a bit tricky because when we worked with it in Blender... Okay, and I lost connection again. Whew. Okay, so when we were working on this tanker in Blender, just at the start of this stream, you noticed that it only had animated doors and HUD. And yeah, I believe it also used its own rear lights. Okay, so no, that tanker is not going to fly the way I wanted it to. And let's not forget to register the animations here. So yeah, let me try to reset my Wi-Fi dongle. Maybe that will, if it reconnects, it will become more stable. Anyway, for now, let's worry about adding this new fire engine to the list of those animated bits here, well, animated vehicles. Okay, should be back online, hopefully. Though it does show me that basically no frames are getting through. Anyway, we want to copy, well, since we copied the script from this truck box, makes sense that we copy the animation profile from this truck box. Okay. Okay. Okay, so the truck box, but instead of keeping the names like this, let's use this base model as the profile ID, because it kind of cheekily also uses this value to update the base model, and then set the template name from here into this template. So that's a 2-door with rear doors and 2 seats. That all is the same. And hopefully, yeah, now we have connection and we are getting frames through. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. That Wi-Fi is a nightmare sometimes. I probably should invest into a better Wi-Fi dongle. Or just figure out which of how to connect this PC to the router with a wire. Anyway, let's add a new truck record here, which copy the vehicle ID from the reference file. That would be it. And the profile ID, well, we know that that's just the same as the base model, so let's copy it from here. And done. That one. Okay, what you gonna do about this? It already lost connection again. Well, if anything, I blame the Roskomnadzor. They are messing up the internet connections around here almost constantly. And even if that's not them, I would still blame them. So I guess the rest of the stream would be only on YouTube. Like an hour and a half of exclusive footage. Because with that spotty connection, I don't blame any viewers on Twitch from dropping. Anyway, so we want a truck bed. Let's make a copy of it. Control C, Control V. And rename it. So that would be truck tanker 1. Animated, copy, txt. Okay. So first base mesh. Base mesh, let's copy the name from Blender. That would be tanker. And that one. Also, let's rename truck bed into truck tanker. All of those. Okay. The internals here are fine. The doors. Well, that is a good question. Well, we both have the doors and R, so we don't need any of those here. Model here, let's windows. We don't need the models for windows or windshield or a rear window or even seats or front lights. We do want the rear lights though. Okay, so that is here. Rear lights are named here. Light tanker 1 rear light object. So that is for our left and That is for the right light. And that is tanker. Okay, so now this animated template. So let's check what are the vehicle IDs that use this tanker one. Let me move it here and switch it like this. Okay. So we have a fire tanker that uses the tanker one, then fossil tanker and septic tanker. Okay, so fossil and fire tankers, those are definitely fixed colors. What septic tanker, on the other hand, that might actually use dynamic shading. So do we use, well, what template do we have? Is it NR or just regular template? For now, we first add this fire tanker, so that's clearly NR template. Let's tanker, let's name it NR. So we don't have a trunk door, we have this door front left that uses an NR model. Same deal here. Same deal with an engine door. Windows are fine, windshield rear are fine, seats are fine, front headlights fine, rear headlights, well, tail lights, they get this tanker suffix. So headlight rear left is, oops, truck tanker light R. Okay. So those are, that is the setup for the fire truck and for fossil truck. Good. Save it, add animations, and let's make a copy here. So let's make a copy of this one, because we want this open bed version, and use this model. Oh, that model also needs to be, let's call it an R, and it uses this, nope, not this, the fire engine, yeah, that shader here. Okay, so copy this, paste the base model here, paste the template name here. Save, and to adding the vehicles, this is record here, let's add 2 more, because at least 2 will be using this same one. Let's copy this layout ID, put it here, and the vehicle IDs would be like this fire tanker from here, and where is the fossil? I saw it, that tanker fossil from here. Okay. Those are fine. Now let's check the septic tanker. Let's find it here. So Franklin, truck, bus, cab, garbage mill, flatbed, semi-short, tanker, septic. Okay, so the septic tanker, it uses the vehicle multi-UV, so that's not a no random shader here. That is one sign, but I want to double check the skin. Where would that be? Texture, tanker mask. Passenger model skin. Yes, this one. Truck tanker septic shell. Okay. So let's go to Blender. Here I want to enable the tanker model, and to this material here, well, since it's shared with a fire engine, I don't want to mess up this material. I want to make it a copy, and in that copy look for a septic, nope, not septoc, septic shell Franklin truck. Okay, so this rear here, that is not transparent, that is obvious. But you see the cab basically disappeared. So alpha, none, cab appeared again. So it expects the cab to be dynamically colored. Oh. So we cannot use the NR template here for this tanker for septic variant. Good to know. Now this truck tanker 1, let's oh, we don't even need those interiors here. Truck fire, yeah, that's fine too. Okay. Now let's rename this one truck tanker 1 NR, and make a copy of this with rename this one, remove the NR from here, remove copy, and just edit it, removing some of those NR mentions, and no need to double define those lights. They are the same. They're not shader dependent. Okay, so the front doors, the hood, and the base model, it now uses, well, does not use this no random shader. And that should be it. So now all we have to do is to once again make a copy of this animations profile, stick in this vehicle ID, which just removed the NR, remove NR from here, copy this, and paste here. Oops, yeah. Sorry, forgot to switch the code. Okay, so now we want to copy the septic vehicle ID, and that should be it. So with those 4 vehicles now added, that might be a good time to finally start getting into the game. Before I do it, I'll make a last-ditch effort to re-establish internet connection. Hopefully the stream might catch on while we're starting the game. Okay. Let's start the game. Let's make sure we use a debug key. It would be sad to try adding it without a debug. And yeah, let's start the game. Okay, so the internet connection looks valid on the dashboard, but the OBS still shows no connection, though it shows it will try to reconnect in like 3 minutes from now. Okay. So fingers crossed this game crash problem that Jack reminded me of at the start of the stream, I did fix. Though, truth be told, I'm not sure. I might have forgotten and just worked on different vehicles when the server was off. Okay, now let's um, go into the game, and we want this save here. So I want to sync mods with that. Apply and wait for them to reload. Okay, so the Lua now reloaded, and we can load our workshop here and play. So the labels here are a dead giveaway that I'm not a native English speaker, though you probably figured it out by my quite thick accent. Might have not been able to pinpoint where it's from, because I've been told multiple times I don't have a Russian accent. But oh well. Okay, so this is how you died. And start game. Fingers crossed we're not getting thrown out of the game. So that's our huge vehicle collection, and I really don't like this freeze up, but maybe it's just because it got overwhelmed with the amount of vehicles here. Hopefully. But if it crashes, then it crashes. We'll just have to start a new workshop area, and then we will try to figure out what is crushing us. And here you already can see that, yeah, that is a tanker just to the right of me, and only the hood, the doors, and the windshields is loaded. But those are, like, if they are loaded separately, that means they are animated. Okay. And we crashed. Okay. Oh, hello. And the stream, it shows back online, though with like a 5% frames being dropped. which is unfortunate. Okay, so the game crashed. Game crashed. It is not a preferable outcome from trying to launch the game, but now we can see what's wrong. I'll try to see what's wrong. Let's let me see here. Okay, so that's the logs folder, debug log. Well, that's a small log. That doesn't sound like something problematic happened here. But just in case, exception, stack trace, index 64, out of bounds, length 60. Okay. So that means one of the vehicles caused the game to crash. Whoop. That isn't good. Okay. So what is this vehicle? We had a problem with the van camper. That was one thing. But was it really that? Okay, so let's disable van camper for now. And let's try to restart the game. Okay, so but instead of trying to load into this whole shebang collection of with every single car variant already spawned in, I think I'm going to use the same mod setup we cloned, but start a fresh save with so I can just spawn vehicles one by one, the ones we have added, and then check out what's going on with them. Though I believe I have fixed the I fixed the van camper, but that error was with one of the trucks, perhaps with one before the fire truck, and that would be dump truck or a cab truck. Okay, so the game is loaded. Let's start single player. Let's go for builder mode because I don't care what mode it is. Let's start in Rosewood, because why not just give me something random. Next. Okay, almost loaded. And we are in. So the first thing to do would be to go to cheats and be a dirty cheater. So let's fast move cheat, and now let's move around. Where did we spawn? Okay, I know where we spawned. That's a good location with what I had in mind. So that is the fast move cheat. you enable it in the cheat menu and then use the arrow keys to move fast. You can use WSD to move normally or run, but with arrows you just combine no clip with well, moving really fast here. Cool. So, well, what is that? I believe that's a propane trunk, a truck that we haven't yet animated yet. Okay. So let's spawn some vehicles. I want it to be a truck, but I want it to be a fire truck. Okay, fire tanker. So that's a tanker. Hood opens up. Okay. You think you're smart being locked? Nope, I can cheat a key. I can get in. I can roll down window. There's the character sitting in. We even have some gas. Okay. Oh. Well, that is a bit awkward. Here, with this fire tanker, apparently here we have a trunk space that it can be opened and closed. And you see this door here. Probably there's a mirror door here. So we need to animate those. And that is not a trunk space. Okay. Let's double check. Yep. There's another door here. So add to-do list, add those animations. Next thing. Once again, main spawn vehicle. Let's search for fire. PZKA fire truck fire spawn. And well, that was quite a gentle shutdown, if I ever seen one, but apparently the game crashed. At least the save crashed. Okay, and I see the main menu, though on the screen I see it is still black, and I cannot interact with it. Let's close it. Cool. Cool beans. Well, let's disable the fire truck animations and try to check other trucks. So restarting the game, please hold. Oh, hello. I guess Jack is back. Hello to my most loyal viewer. Or whoever found the stream when I finally got back online. Hopefully I'm not going to drop out in the next hour again. Yep, like you've seen, the crash problem that still persists here. Actually, let me check the logs. Yeah, that don't look. Okay. So let's load back in there. Did we save the change? Yes, we did save the change after we canceled the animations for fire truck. And I am a bit worried about one thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, so the fire truck no longer crashes us, but yeah, that's not animated. Which is sad. At least the fire tanker is animated. Like so. Okay. Let's cheat some things here. Okay, and try adding more trucks. Main spawn vehicle. Franklin truck box. Okay, so that's the box truck. That works fine. That hood is animated. The door is, well, locked, but not from me. We have a tiniest sliver of gas that might be enough to turn the truck around. And yeah, that is working as intended. Next, dump truck. I really hope that does not crash. Spawn. And no, it does not. Well, please get me the key. Okay, so that animation got cancelled. Okay. But other than this, you are animated. Okay. That is fine. That is fine. That is fine. Though I have a kind of bad suspicion here. Do I? Well, if that was the case, then we would have the same problems with vents. Then... okay, so like box, ambulance, spawn. Okay, so no gas. Let's cheat some gas in. Set content amount. Okay, and we don't have those doors at all. Okay, so that's a problem. Van camper spawn. And yeah, here we have some incorrect bone setup spam happening. No key, no key. Well, get me the key. Get me the gas. Okay, set contents amount. 33, yeah, that should be enough. Oops. And by this window, I guess that something is wrong with the doors here. Okay, so the doors are getting opened. Not the windows, though. Okay. And the rear windows, that is missing too. Okay. Oh. So let's debug those. First of all, I guess yeah. First thing, to be able to effectively test this out, we also need to go to player stats, check this mechanics skill, and get us to some max level, and maybe also welding skill also to max. So rear window, let's remove. No, that doesn't help. Next, rear right window, let's remove, and that doesn't help. Okay. What else? Rear door. Whoa. So the rear door causes this spam. If I remove the rear door and put back this window, there is no spam. But the window is just not appearing where it should. But the rear door here causes spam. Okay, I think I have an idea what might be causing it. Okay, let's code. Rock, no, that would be Van Camper here. So we have door rear right, okay. Rear door, that's the base one. That has the vehicle bone here. Static falls, bone weight, okay. That is fine, I guess. Let's save this. File open. Okay, so those are the vents. That is the armature. This is the bones, and we have the vehicle bone here. Okay, let's try to do something tedious, but necessary, unfortunately. So I want to know how many bones I have in this armature. Oh, there's an easy way to see it. Let's just hide it all, and it shows me that I have 31 bone. Okay. 31 is under the 60 limit that we get mentioned in the log. So that hopefully is a good sign. Next, trunk object, yeah, that's here. So the trunk object here has trunk right bone, trunk left bone, and those work correctly. Sorry. Goes in game. If we go here and reinstall this door, we get the spawn, but it is getting opened and closed correctly. So, no, don't remove the vehicle. I want to remove part. Okay. So the problem is likely with this vehicle bone here, but we need it for the rear window, otherwise it wouldn't get imported with animation. Is it part of the animation though? So let's go to animations, go to trunk closing, select all, and yes, vehicle bone is getting mentioned in this animation. Vehicle bone. Okay. Oh. Oh. Yeah, that's the same bone name. That should be correct. Should be. And that is the model you reference here. If we go to game and try to add some other van that uses the same rear doors like police van. Okay. Well, first of all, yeah, we have something odd going on with the middle doors here. And those doors, while being here, don't cause any issues. Though I noticed something. We're missing those lights. And I see them here. With doors being here. Okay. Okay, so we have one light and we don't have another light. Do we have... Yeah, that's the problem here. That light is the problem. Left rear light. Okay, that narrows it down quite significantly. Okay. So what is the rear left light? Trunk left bone. Trunk left bone. Yes, that's correct. Static false. Light rear left object. Okay, that is fine. That's bad. Light rear left object. Okay, so in Blender, light rear left object, trunk left bone. Well, that gets animated correctly here. Light rear left, trunk left bone. Okay. light rear left object, trunk left bone. Part. Parent door rear. Okay, so this model defines it correctly here. Is it getting defined incorrectly elsewhere? Van box. Well, model box lights, yeah, that's okay, and template. Ambulance. Well, box ambulance lights, rear, left and right. Brig. Has brig lights, left and right. Okay, so the camper is the first one that defines them like this. McCoy does not redefine them. Van seats. Okay, van seats. Door rear left, door rear right, van window rear, van window rear, seat, template. Okay. Van seats no random. Same deal. Same deal. Trunk left bone does exist in here and in here. Trunk right bone, same deal. Then why, tell me, why does it not find it? Okay. So that van seats police, that is missing both tail lights. And multivan, that is also missing those middle doors. Are they middles though? So those are rear doors here. Don't you just love when reusing models you define the parts? Okay, oh, that's a lag spike. . Okay, so those doors are rear, and that might explain why they're missing them here. Next, the interior here is also missing, or is set incorrectly. So that is something we should fix. Okay, let's go to text. Okay, so van seats here. Door front left, door front right, door rear left, door rear right. Those are fine, and windows as well. Rear left and windows rear right. Okay. So that should fix some of it. That should get the same treatment here. Rear. Rear. Rear and those two. Yes, I forgot. Okay, that is fine. Let's see what is wrong with the box ambulance door. Trunk box ambulance object. Okay, do we have that object here? Blender trunk box ambulance object. Trunk box ambulance right bone, left bone. Okay. So those two are fine. That name let's copy and compare and paste. Yes, trunk box ambulance right, left bone. That is fine. Rear window. Lights left and right. Let me double check the game. And once again, we have the right light, but not the left light. Why though? Those should be here. So here, right light works fine. Left light throws a fit and starts spamming. Here, left light does not throw a fit, but doesn't show either. And the rear doors are missing. Here we have a missing middle doors, hopefully fixed by now, and wrong interior. Okay, wrong interior, that is also something we can deal with. Let's go van seats, and let's take a van box as an example of how this van internals is set up. Van seats, model, van seats, well, van seats internals. Let's copy the correct name from Blender. Vehicles, interior, seats. That would be it. And now just use this model here instead of this interior. And in the van seats NR as well. Okay, so that enough changes. I think we should restart the game and see what fixed. What is fixed and what isn't. So closing the game now. Let's double check that, yeah, everything is saved here. Let's start again. Please hold. Yep. This dead air while the game is loading is, well, not the most entertaining part of the stream, but at least that's shorter than on my usual laptop. Anyway, get here, let's continue. Bum, 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 ba-da-dum, 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 bum, 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 ba-da-dum, Okay, so a good thing we fixed this interior here. Yay us. Bad thing, those doors did not get fixed. And whoa, that's unexpected. The game just crashed. Okay, so let's check what might be going wrong with those doors still. So van seats. Apparently the doors themselves are not being displayed. Let me double check Blender. Okay, so I'm using an arrow key to switch between objects, and I'm looking at the scale. Definitions. Okay, that's not a problem. Okay. Yeah, I know what's the issue with the doors. I remembered one thing. So let's go back to text. And the problem here is with those definitions. That shows that we have van seats doors profile that uses doors, well, front and middle doors. And what I want to be using is this 4-door version, because that implies 2 front doors and 2 rear doors. That unfortunately also implies that those rear doors, well, here, those rear doors are going to have animated windows, and that might throw a fit because we don't have animation clips to match. But since those windows are actually not getting open, are not openable, that might not be a problem. If it turns out to be a problem, then we'll have to add another profile, like four doors, two windows, or something like this. Maybe we even have something like this already. Actually, let me check. So that is a massive file I really need to refactor at some point. So front right only, nah. Two doors windowless, that's for cabrios. Two doors, that's not for us. Van seats, that's what we used before and didn't work for us. Next, three door, not our case. Two front doors and rear right door. So that's a subset of the three door version, not for us. Next, four doors. Okay, that's the four door version. That's two doors, four windows. Okay, that's a weird one, but we used it for some vehicle that has only two doors, but all four windows are openable. And we need a reverse of that. Okay, rear door version. Okay, so that is it. So if we take a copy of this template and go here, okay, go here, okay, so that would be a four door, two window, and we want to keep this part of engine door, front left door, front right door, rear right door, rear left door, windows. We want to keep front left, front right. We want to ditch those two. Begun. Okay, and while I'm here, I didn't want to do this on stream, but apparently I don't get much time to work on this mod off stream now. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to start doing it and test if that approach works here and now. So what I want to do is first start, make a template, PZKA, hood. So that is the template that animates hood. And that thing goes there. Now, since we still want to reference it here, we copy this and put it like here. Template equals like this. And that should give us the reference we need. Just to be sure that is the correct way to do this, let's reference something here. So here, vehicle, when it references template, it uses this template exclamation mark, but it also can reference a template like this. And from inside template, when we want to reference something else, we write it, yeah, just like template. Okay, so that should substitute this part into here without us having to repeat it all the time. Now let's copy this name, let's paste it here, save, and start the game. Okay. I see more people coming in. Welcome, welcome. Though the stream is, well, has about 15 minutes left. Maybe I would go overtime. Maybe not. Okay, so start the game. Keep it loading. There's no hope of survival, but at least I hope there's... but maybe there's hope that the mod will work better with those edits. Okay. Well, that's something. It is using the wrong model, but it is doing something better. Unfortunately... Oh. So do you want to crash again? You do. When I see something to the left, I crash. Well, that is really unfortunate. Why is that? Anyway. PZK van seats, here. Text. Okay, so we are using the wrong models for doors. This is door rear left. It's expecting to use this door rear left object. Okay. Is this the object we're referencing from the template? Door rear left, and no, we are referencing brig doors here. So let's drop this, and that would be good. Next thing I noticed. Well, I guess same deal with this here. Window brig, yeah, that is also wrong. Door. Okay, so that is fine. Let's go back to van seats, and here, yeah, those window brigs, those have to go too. And the seats, okay. So we have seat, for some reason, brig middle left, that's no such thing. Seat brig middle right. What are the seat definitions here? It's van seats. So seat front left are default van, and middle left, middle right are like this, and seat rear left, yeah, here part seat rear left, that would be van seats, and seats rear right is van seats. Okay, those are fun and fine. Those good. Same deal here. Front ones are correct, middle ones not brig, not brig. Okay, so that is fine. Next thing that I noticed, it was, well, apparently that didn't work. The hood was not there. It was animated, but it apparently didn't get linked to animation clips, so the uh, what I was going to say. Shit. Well, it didn't get the correct bone position, so it wasn't placed correctly. Let's try using this template exclamation mark here. Okay. Save all and start game again. Okay, so the game, continue. Well. Looks like because we were facing towards this problematic vehicle, it crashed the game for us almost immediately. Ooh, that's no good. So, what are some of the problematic vehicles we might see? So let's disable tanker animations here. Let's disable van ambulance. Let's disable fire truck. Let's disable camper, brig, and keep those multivan police, well, things like this. Okay. That hopefully would fix it. Well, at least postpone those bugs till we can figure out, well, fix those seaters and then try to re-enable those vehicles one by one and see what breaks or not breaks the game. Starting. Okay. So the exclamation mark doesn't work. Now, here, yeah, at first I was glad that we see both of those tail lights, but that's just because the animations are gone and this window is also gone. Now, here. Here, the door works. What about the other side? Yep, there's the door here too. The only thing is with this something here that is supposed to be the rear windows from here. And the windows in here, yeah, they're still gone. Okay, so this door, yep, this door also works. The window, not so much. Why is that? And the hood, you can see the hood being in the middle and not at its correct position. So that is precisely because of this hack I tried here. So that doesn't work either. So only way we can have it is to have this part here. Whoops. Well, sad. Actually, so that template here uses the trunk part truck bed. And that is specific to trunk, but it also uses this template trunk door. Now, I'm not going to investigate what is the difference between those and how to make this work. So for now, let's just accept the defeat and move it here. And that one be gone. Okay. For now, that is how it works. Okay. So we have the rear doors, we don't have rear windows. Why don't we have rear windows? Window, rear left, uses this model. That is the same as this model, which is, for some reason, referencing window bed rear left. That explains it. That should be just window rear left. Yeah. Like this. Same deal with rear right, no bed. Now, rear window. Rear window seats object. Is that correct? Rear window seats. That is correct. That is using the vehicle bone. But is that the correct bone? Okay, so the vehicle bone, yeah, that is being used. And it is vehicle bone. So this sorry. This problem here with those windows sticking up, that indicates that, yeah, they are being correctly linked to a vehicle bone. Well, they expect to be linked to a vehicle bone, but this vehicle bone position is not defined. So it wasn't read as part of the animation clip. And usually that happens if the bone is not named correctly in the model definition. But that we double triple checked by now. Because that is defined here in this camper animated, and a rear door here, that is bone weight, vehicle bone, 1K. Trunk object. Let's try to re-enable this trunk camper and restart the game with the Windows fix we applied. Okay. Oh, and the stream time is up, but I'm going to go a little bit over time. Just, well, because I started late, though that already fixed itself, and we had those technical issues with connection. So I'm going to run maybe an extra half an hour. Okay. Okay, so now we have another spam here. Those windows now are correctly in place, those are still not. Okay, so let's try to remove this vehicle. Remove this one. Okay, so that stopped the spam. Main spawn vehicle. Multivan. Okay, so that there's the spam here. Let's get the cheats on. Let's try to, okay. So the lights here are not the issue. A rear window is not the issue. Okay. Rear door is not the issue. Well, now we need to remove those lights too. Okay, so what is rear left window? Rear left window is the issue. Let's try to reinstall those things back. That is fine. That is good. That is fine. That is also not spamming. Okay. So that window here. If we install, we get the spawn. If we try to open it, that stays in place. So that has a problem with bone definitions. So let's look it up. Let's get our immortality cheats on so we don't accidentally get jumped. And go to text. Oops. That way. Okay, then seats. Window rear left. Rear left door bone. That is correct bone. Next. Here, window front left, window front right, window rear left is parented to door rear left. That does exist. Okay. Window rear left here does exist, and the modal, that modal exists. So what is the issue? I feel like I'm getting a bit crazy. And I guess that's something we have to deal with now. Okay, so one thing I notice, this windshield rear does not define its parent. So that should have the animation's parent set to door rear. So windshield rear, that needs to have this parent door rear. That should fix something at least. Okay, save, and let's check the camper. Windshield rear, yeah, that is defined here, okay. That is not what's going on with this one. Cool. But what is going on with the rear left window? That is not going on with the rear right window. Also, just to double check. Yep, the lights are missing here. Oh. Why? Why? Oh, they are identical. The definitions for this rear door and for rear lights. On Van Camper, here this. Oh, okay. So the stream is gone once again. That is super not okay. Okay. No connection. Well, then I guess I'll stop the stream and keep recording for a little bit, and then, well, thank you for everyone who was watching. Unfortunately, you don't hear it, but that would be it for the live streams. I'll keep on recording. Just, okay. Yeah, hello. So I'm back online, but I'm going to stop the stream because that is not going, if it's going to be unstable, that's not going to allow us to have some fun. So thank you for whoever was watching. I hope to see you next Saturday. Though one Saturday from now, the stream would be moved to Sunday. That's a minor one-time schedule change. I'll try to reflect it on the scheduling page, but if I don't forget or don't figure how to set a one-off change. But anyway, thank you for viewing. Thank you to everybody who is going to watch recording. Hope to see you next time. Okay. So the stream now is stopped. Keep recording for a bit. So we have those lights and rear door set up identically here with this van camper and van seats. So they're using the same van rear door that is not defined here, but is like the same here. So let's even copy from here into here. Yeah, that's the same model. Good. Now, the rear lights definitions are also same in both places. Like here, headlight rear left, headlight rear right. Let's copy. Let's paste them. Whoa. Headlight, right, rear left. Okay. Oh. Well, that's handy, actually. That there are those marks here. Headlight, rear left. Some reason lost a parenting. Okay, so let's drop it here. Okay. Now, let's restart the game one last time, see what changed, and then when this is checked, I think I'll be stopping the recording. Okay. Okay, sorry, I had to answer a message. Okay. So the game is now loaded. Those are the end times. Okay. So at least the tail light here is now fixed. And the rear window is also fixed. What changed beats me. But this window is still broken. Here. Okay, let's... Oh. First of all, let's remove this problematic window so we don't get this spam. Okay. Enable cheats. Remove it. So yes, spam stop. Now this vehicle here, let's add this light and yay, that fixed it. Okay, I am at a loss what changed, but I'm glad something did. Let's install this and we get another spam here. Okay. Well, that's something for the next time. Hope to see you then. Goodbye, and have a nice rest of your day, morning, or whatever. See you!